Welcome back to episode 41 of the 15,000 acre challenge here on the massive Huron County, Michigan's 16X map. In today's episode, we officially turn the page on an absolutely massive year, 2 harvest season, and shift gears into what is shaping up to be one of the biggest fall tillage operations we've ever taken on in this series. After months of non-stop harvesting, our 3,400 acre year 2 harvest is finally complete. And now it's time to start preparing all of this ground for an even bigger year 3. Last episode, we officially closed the books on year 2 after finishing up the final field we're standing in right now. Over the course of this harvest season, we took on 600 acres of oats, 600 acres of wheat, 1,200 acres of soybeans, and just over 1,000 acres of corn. All of that grain is now sitting in our massive silo complex back at the mega farm. And over the next month, we'll be busy running the grain dryer nonstop to get everything dried down and ready to sell. Once we finally move into winter and start hauling grain to market, we're looking at a potential $20 million payday, which would be by far the biggest payoff we've ever seen in this challenge. And that's what's going to fuel our massive expansion plans for year 3. Even though the harvest is technically over, we're not done in the field just yet. Right now, our semi-trucks are still making trips back and forth hauling the final loads of corn out of this field and back to the farm. Our 5 Demco 2,200 auger wagons are lining up at the mother bin to unload the last remaining grain. And once everything is hauled home, we should be sitting at around 6.5 million liters of corn just from this season alone. To kick things off today, I'll be jumping into our tractors with the Demco auger wagons to get everything emptied out and sent back to the mega farm. The combines will stay out here for a little while longer, so they're not in the way of the trucking operation, but my top priority is getting our tractors back to the yard. Once they're home, we'll get every machine washed, serviced, refueled, and immediately put right back to work, because downtime is not an option at this scale. As soon as the tractors are ready, we'll start our fall tillage push. 3 of our Case Steiger tractors will be hooked up to our Borgalt XR 70-90 harrows and sent straight over to the cornfields. These machines will be responsible for knocking down corn stalks and mulching residue across all 1,000 acres of corn ground. Once that pass is finished, those same tractors will come back to the yard, swap over to our Flexicoil cultivators, and head right back out to get those fields fully worked and ready for next season. At the same time, we're taking a big step forward in how we manage fertility going into year 3. While the mulching operation is underway, I'll be sending 3 Case quad-track tractors down to the dealership to pick up brand new John Deere 25 10H anhydrous ammonia toolbars along with anhydrous tanks. This fall, we're applying anhydrous ammonia across every field that will be planted to corn in year 3, giving us a huge head start on nitrogen before a single seed ever hits the ground. Those tractors will head out to our 600-acre wheat field that we harvested earlier this year. Once they arrive, I'll get all 3 units set up on course play, with auto-drive handling refills at the field edge using semi-trucks hauling anhydrous. This setup will allow the applicators to stay moving almost non-stop while the trucks keep the tanks full. Once both the tillage and anhydrous operations are running smoothly, we'll swing back to our 400-acre cornfield, finish clearing out the last of the grain, and send the mother bin and all 5 John Deere S780 combines back to the mega farm for a full cleanup and service. With those machines out of the way, we'll free up even more tractors, and that's where things really ramp up. I'll be sending 3 more Case Steiger tractors down to the dealership to pick up additional John Deere 25 10H applicators, bringing us to a total of 6 anhydrous rigs running at the same time. With 6 tractors applying nitrogen side by side, we'll be covering an insane amount of ground in a single field. Exactly what we need, because the plan for year 3 is to plant at least 2,400 acres of corn, and every one of those acres needs to be properly prepared. This episode is all about transition, moving from harvest mode into full-scale field prep, dialing in our fertility strategy, and laying the groundwork for the biggest year this farm has ever seen. There's a ton of work ahead of us today, so let's fire up the engines, roll some iron, and get to work on the next chapter of the 15,000 acre challenge. If you're looking forward to the 15,000 acre challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 42 of the 15,000 Acre Challenge on the massive Huron County, Michigan's 16 X-Map. Today's episode is a huge milestone for this series because we've officially reached the beginning of winter in year 2. And that means it's finally time to start cashing in on one of the biggest harvest seasons we've ever had on this farm. Over the course of year 2, we've taken on our busiest and most demanding harvest yet, working through more than 3,400 acres spread across 6 massive fields all over this 16X map. Throughout the year, we harvested 600 acres of oats, 600 acres of wheat, 1,200 acres of soybeans, and 1,000 acres of corn, and every single acre of that harvest has been hauled back and stored inside the massive silo complex sitting right behind me. This year, we really pushed our storage system to its absolute limits, and at several points during harvest, we were completely maxed out on capacity. Now that harvest season is officially wrapped up, all of that grain is finally ready to start turning into serious money. Not only has the silo complex been packed full of grain, it's also been working nonstop over the past few months, drying down all of the wheat and corn that we brought in. Right now, we're sitting on over 7 million liters of corn, with 6 million liters already dried and ready to sell, which is exactly the maximum capacity of our grain dryer. The remaining 1 million liters is waiting its turn, and the goal today is to start moving enough grain out of storage so we can get the rest of that corn dried before prices begin to drop later in the year. Altogether, we currently have over $30 million worth of grain sitting inside our silos. Today we'll be selling off the majority of that stockpile, focusing primarily on corn, wheat, and oats, while holding onto our soybeans a little longer since prices typically peak later in the summer of year 3. Even without selling the beans yet, today's sales should still result in one of the biggest paydays this channel has ever seen. To kick things off, we'll start by checking in on the silo system and grain dryer to see exactly where we're sitting and how much grain we need to move today. Once that's done, we'll head over to the sheds and begin firing up our fleet of semi-trucks. We currently have 5 trucks sitting at the farm, fueled up and ready to go, while 2 additional trucks are still tied up in the fields supporting our fall tillage and anhydrous ammonia operations that are continuing in the background. Those 5 trucks at the farm will be hooked up to grain trailers and set up on auto drive, hauling corn straight from the silos to the grain elevator. The main priority early on is freeing up space in storage so we can get the last 1 million liters of corn dried and ready to sell while prices are still strong. Once we've got grain moving steadily, I've also decided it's time to expand our trucking fleet even further. With the size of this operation continuing to grow and more land being added farther away from the farm each year, having additional trucks is going to be essential moving forward. We'll be purchasing a couple more semi-trucks today, bringing our total up to 7 trucks hauling grain simultaneously, which should dramatically speed up the selling process. At that point, we'll have 3 massive operations running at the same time. 3 Case Steigers mulching cornfields with Borgalt XR 70-90 harrows, 6 tractors applying anhydrous ammonia across future corn ground, and 7 semi-trucks hauling millions of liters of grain across the map. That's 16 vehicles working simultaneously across this massive 16X map, all bringing in profit while also setting the stage for an even bigger year 3. This is what the 15,000 Acre Challenge is all about. Huge logistics, massive scale, and non-stop operations. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to the 15,000 Acre Challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 43 of the 15,000 acre challenge here on the massive Huron County, Michigan's 16X map. In today's episode, we're continuing one of the biggest turning points we've ever had in this series as we sell off over $30 million worth of grain from our massive year 2 harvest. And at the same time, we start reinvesting that money right back into the farm by purchasing new land and beginning our largest field expansion yet. Last episode, we officially closed the books on year 2 and kicked off a full-scale grain selling operation. After harvesting more than 3,400 acres throughout the year, our silo complex was absolutely packed with corn, wheat, and oats. To handle the scale of selling we needed, I brought in 2 brand new semi-trucks, bringing our fleet up to 7 trucks total, all running nonstop between our farm and the grain elevator. So far, we've already sold over $7 million worth of corn, and that's only about half of the corn we had stored. The trucks are still rolling as we speak, and once the last loads of corn are sold today, we'll switch all 7 trucks over to selling oats next and keep that money flowing in. At the same time, our post-harvest field work is in full swing. We currently have 6 tractors working together in one of our 600-acre fields, each pulling one of our new John Deere 25 10 anhydrous ammonia toolbars. All 6 are applying anhydrous across the field to build nitrogen levels for the corn we'll be planting in year 3. On the other side of the map, we've got 3 more tractors pulling our massive Borgalt XR 70-90 harrows, mulching down corn stalks in the 400-acre cornfield we harvested just a few episodes ago. All 3 of these major operations, grain selling, anhydrous application, and stalk mulching, are now fully dialed and using courseplay and auto drive, meaning they're running almost entirely hands-free. With everything moving smoothly in the background, that finally frees us up to take on a brand new project today, and this one is a big one. Now that we're bringing in serious money from the year 2 harvest, it's time to reinvest into the mega farm. I've picked out 5 fields that sit directly next to our existing 400-acre cornfield, and today we're going all in. We're going to purchase all 5 of these fields, clear the land around them, and merge everything together to create a brand new mega field that's over 800 acres in size, the biggest single field we've ever created in this series. To kick this project off, we'll jump into one of our newer Peterbilt 379 semi-trucks and head down to the dealership. This truck looks great, but it's been struggling a bit with our heavy grain trailers, so I'll be trading it in for something better suited to the scale we're operating in now. While we're there, I'll also be picking up a brand new T-Rex 600 mulcher, which is going to be absolutely essential for this field expansion. There are trees lining the ditches between these fields, and even a small wooded area that needs to be completely cleared before we can start merging everything together. Once we've got the new truck and the T-Rex 600 loaded up, we'll head out to the 400-acre field and officially start clearing land. After all the trees are removed, I'll jump into the Chevy Silverado and drive the entire perimeter of the existing field along with the newly purchased land, recording a custom boundary with courseplay. That boundary will let us generate proper courses for the new field layout once everything is merged together. After that, we'll bring in 3 tractors equipped with our Flexicoil cultivators and begin working the ground across all of these fields, officially merging them into one massive 800-acre mega field in the process. While we focus on breaking new ground, our grain selling, anhydrous, and mulching operations will continue running in the background, and I'll jump in wherever I'm needed if the AI needs a hand. By the end of today, the goal is to have a massive new field fully cleared, worked up, and ready to be planted as soon as year 3 begins. We've got a huge day ahead of us here on the 16X mega farm, selling millions of dollars worth of grain, continuing large-scale tillage, and starting construction on the biggest field we've ever built. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to the 15,000 acre challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 44 of the 15,000 acre challenge on the massive Huron County, Michigan's 16 XMAP. In today's episode, our year 2 operations continue on a massive scale as we juggle field expansion, large-scale tillage, and the final stages of selling off one of the biggest harvests we've ever had on this farm. Over the past few episodes, year 2 has completely transformed this operation, and today is all about setting the foundation for an even bigger year 3. Over the last couple episodes, our fleet of semi-trucks has been running nearly non-stop as we work through selling tens of millions of dollars worth of grain from the year 2 harvest. We started by selling off all of our dried corn, hauling more than $10 million worth out of our silo complex. Selling corn first was critical because it allowed us to free up space in the grain dryer so we could finish drying the final 1 million liters of corn that was still waiting in the system. With that now dried, we'll be getting it sold before prices drop. Once the corn was handled, all of our trucks were switched over to oats. We've already moved through the majority of the 3 million liters of oats we harvested this year. And today the trucks are working on clearing out the final 1 million liters. After that's done, every truck will be redirected once again, this time over to wheat, which will be the final major crop we sell during year 2. When all is said and done, we'll still be holding on to over $10 million worth of soybeans, but those will stay in storage until summer of year 3 when prices peak. While all of that grain selling continues mostly automated in the background today, we've also got some huge projects happening out in the fields. Behind me right now, 3 of our Case Steiger tractors are hard at work pulling massive flexicoil cultivators across the brand new 800-acre mega field we started creating in the last episode. After clearing the land and merging multiple fields together, these tractors are now working nonstop to rip up the ground and fully integrate this new land, so it's ready to be planted at the start of year 3. Our anhydrous ammonia operation is currently paused after applying nitrogen across over 1,200 acres so far this fall. Every acre we've treated with anhydrous is ground that will be planted to corn in year 3, and the goal is to push that number much higher. I'm aiming to plant close to 3,000 acres of corn next year. But before we can fire those applicators back up, we've got another major land expansion project to tackle. Several of our existing mega fields still have large tree lines and forested areas sitting right along the field edges. These forests not only limit how many acres we can farm, but they also make things harder for AI workers when running courseplay on fields of this size. So today, it's time to eliminate those obstacles. To kick things off, we'll be jumping into our Kenworth T800, pulling the lowboy trailer with our T-Rex 600 mulcher loaded up and ready to work. We'll be heading over to our 600-acre mega field, the one we harvested soybeans from earlier in year 2, where one of the largest remaining forests on the farm still stands. This forest alone is roughly 20 acres in size, with nearly 200 trees packed into it. Using the T-Rex, we'll completely wipe out that forest and reclaim every acre of that land. Once the trees are gone, we'll head back to the dealership to pick up a brand new Case Quad-Track 785 along with a 4th flexicoil cultivator. That new setup will head straight to the cleared land, where I'll personally start ripping up the fresh ground and merging it directly into the existing mega field. After the groundwork is complete, I'll jump into the Chevy Silverado and drive the entire perimeter of the expanded field to create a brand new custom field boundary using courseplay. This step is critical when working with fields of this size and ensures that all of our AI operations can run cleanly and efficiently. Once that's finished, it's time to fire things back up again. All 6 anhydrous ammonia tractors will be moved over to this newly expanded field and set loose to begin applying nitrogen across another 600 acres, pushing us even closer to our massive year 3 corn planting goal. So today, we've got millions of dollars in grain still being sold, hundreds of acres being cultivated, entire forests being erased, and yet another mega field being expanded and prepared for the future. Lots of work to do on the 16X mega farm. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to the 15,000 acre challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 45 of the 15,000 acre challenge here on the massive Huron County, Michigan 16X map. In today's episode, it's another huge day on a mega farm as we continue preparing for year 3. Finish selling off the last of our year 2 harvest and reinvest millions back into the farm as we push closer to our ultimate goal of farming 15,000 acres. Over the past few episodes, we've had multiple large-scale operations running simultaneously across this map, and today is no different. One of the biggest operations currently underway is our anhydrous ammonia application. Right now, we've got 6 tractors working inside a single 600-acre mega field, each pulling one of our John Deere 2510 toolbars. Once they finish this field, we'll have applied anhydrous to over 1,800 acres of ground, and every single acre of that is planned for corn in year 3. This early nitrogen application has been a massive strategic move for us, allowing us to stay ahead of the calendar and get our fertility work done before the year even officially rolls over. Meanwhile, on the north side of the map, we've got 3 more Case Steiger tractors finishing up tillage on our newly created 800-acre mega field. Just a few episodes ago, that land was divided into multiple smaller fields separated by trees and ditches. After clearing the land and merging everything together, we now have one massive open field, and the Flexicoil cultivators are putting the final touches on it as we prepare for planting in spring. And then there's the trucking fleet. Our semi-trucks have been putting in serious work hauling grain from our massive silo complex into town. After harvesting over 3,400 acres in year 2, we had millions of liters of corn, oats, and wheat sitting in storage. Over the past few episodes, we've already sold off the majority of it, bringing in millions of dollars. Now we're down to the final 1.5 million liters of wheat, and once that's gone, we'll sell off whatever corn has finished drying. The rest, along with our soybeans, will be held until summer of year 3 when prices peak again, setting us up for another massive mid-season payday. And thanks to all that selling, we're currently sitting at over $15 million in the bank. But that money won't be sitting there long. Today, I plan on spending nearly $10 million, and it's all going straight back into land. That's right, we're expanding again. To kick things off, we'll jump into our Chevy Silverado and head back to the mega farm. After dropping off the fuel trailer to get refilled, we'll make a short drive down the road to a brand new section of land I've had my eye on. This property consists of 10 separate fields, all sitting right beside each other. And if you've been following the series, you already know what that means. We're merging all 10 into one massive 600-acre mega field. After purchasing the land, I'll drive the entire outer perimeter in the Silverado to create a brand new custom course-play field boundary, allowing our AI workers to recognize it as one unified field. Once the boundary is saved, we'll wait for the 3 Case Steigers to finish up north, and then we'll send them straight over to begin cultivating and merging the ground into one continuous field. But that's not the only expansion happening today. The 600-acre mega field surrounding our farmyard is the last remaining field we own that still has a forest sitting inside it. So we'll fire up the Kenworth T800, load up the Trex 600 mulcher, and head out to completely remove that forest. Once cleared, we'll reclaim that ground and fold it directly into the field, making it larger, cleaner, and far easier for our AI workers to manage. After the trees are gone, we'll bring in the Case Quadtrac 785 with a Flexicoil cultivator to rip up the reclaimed ground and officially merge it into the field. By then, some of our anhydrous tractors should be finishing their current passes, and we'll reposition them onto this newly expanded acreage so they can begin applying nitrogen there as well. So today we've got grain hauling still running, 6 tractors applying anhydrous, 3 tractors finishing an 800-acre field, a 600-acre land purchase, a forest clearing operation, and another field expansion. It's another massive multi-operation day here on the 15,000-acre challenge as we continue scaling up and building toward one of the largest farming operations this map has ever seen. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to the 15,000-acre challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 46 of the 15,000 acre challenge here on the massive Huron County, Michigan's 16X map. In today's episode, we're back out in the fields once again as we continue preparing our land for year 3, while also making more progress on creating our brand new 600 acre mega field. Over the past few episodes, we've been extremely busy here on the farm, running a massive fall tillage operation. And at the same time, we've also been hauling and selling off the millions of liters of grain that we harvested throughout year 2. After selling off all of our oats, wheat, and corn, we managed to bring in over $20 million, making it one of the biggest single harvest paydays we've ever seen here on the channel. Even after that huge sell-off, we're still sitting on nearly $10 million worth of soybeans, which will continue storing until the prices rise during the summer of year 3, so we can bring in another big payday later on. Of course, after bringing in that kind of money, we wasted absolutely no time reinvesting it right back into the mega farm. One of the first projects we tackled was a major land expansion up on the north side of the map. I purchased several new fields that were located right beside the 400-acre cornfield we harvested at the end of our fall harvest season. Once those new fields were purchased, we brought in 4 of our Case Steiger tractors and had them work the ground across all of those fields, including the grassy areas that sat between them. After everything was plowed up and merged together with our original field, we were left with a brand new 800-acre mega field, which is now officially the largest field we currently own on the farm. After finishing that project, we moved over to the opposite side of the map, where in the last episode, one purchased 10 brand new fields located just across the road from our mega farm. Altogether, those 10 fields add up to over 600 acres of farmland. And like we always do in this series, we immediately got to work merging them together. Right now, we got our Case Steiger tractors pulling the massive Flexicoil cultivators, and they've been busy working the ground across all 10 of those fields, so we can combine them into our 600-acre mega field. To kick things off today, we'll jump into our Chevy Silverado and head out to check in on all of the different operations currently running across the map. Right behind us, we've got 4 Case Steiger tractors with the Flexicoil cultivators continuing their work on shaping this new 600-acre mega field. Just across the road from here, we also have one of our anhydrous ammonia operations, which has been incredibly busy over the past few episodes. Recently, we invested in 6 brand new anhydrous ammonia applicators and tanks, and these setups will allow us to apply fertilizer to the ground before we even begin planting. The reason for that investment is because for year 3, I'm planning to plant at least 3,000 acres of corn, which will easily be the most corn we've ever planted in a single season here in this series. If everything goes according to plan, that crop alone could result in another massive payday for the farm. But before we can plant any of that corn, we still need to finish applying anhydrous ammonia across all of our mega fields. So far, we've managed to cover roughly 1,800 acres, which means we're already more than halfway toward our goal. At the moment, we actually have 2 separate anhydrous operations running across the map. Our 3 Case quad-track tractors have recently started applying anhydrous to the 600-acre mega field that surrounds our farmyard, while across the map, our 3 Case Steiger tractors are finishing up the final passes in another 600-acre field that all 6 tractors were working on together in the last episode. Once those Steiger tractors finish up that field, we'll move them across the map to join the quad tracks, so we can once again have all 6 tractors applying anhydrous in the same field, which should allow us to cover acres much faster. The main goal for today is to try and get the majority of our tillage work finished up so we can begin preparing to advance time into year 3. Once the Steiger tractors that are running the cultivators finish creating this new 600-acre mega field, we'll send them across the map to tackle the final field that still needs to be worked up, the 600-acre cornfield that we mulch shortly after the fall harvest. So we've got a lot of field work happening across the map today. In total, we'll have more than 10 tractors running at once, with 6 tractors applying anhydrous ammonia and 4 tractors cultivating and finishing our new mega field. There's a lot of work to do today here on the 15,000 acre challenge, so let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to the 15,000 acre challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 47 of the 15,000 acre challenge here on the massive Huron County, Michigan 16X map. In today's episode, we've officially made it into year 3 of the 15,000 acre challenge. And now it's time to put the finishing touches on over 4,400 acres of farmland, so we can begin preparing for the upcoming spring planting season. Over the past few episodes, we've been extremely busy running multiple operations across this massive map as we work to get our land ready for the next year of crops. During year 2, we harvested just over 3,400 acres of crops, which was by far our biggest harvest season yet. Since finishing that harvest, we've continued expanding the farm, adding another 1,000 acres of land to our operation. One of the biggest projects we completed was expanding one of our existing fields. We took a 400-acre field that we already owned and cleared the surrounding land so we could merge it together with newly purchased ground. After all the work was finished, that field is now a massive 800-acre mega field, which currently stands as the largest field we own on the farm. Along with that expansion, I also purchased 10 additional fields that were located just across the road from our farmyard. As usual in this series, we wasted no time merging those fields together. And after running our tillage equipment across the entire area, we successfully created our 600-acre mega field. Now that all of our land expansions are complete going into year 3, the next step has been preparing the soil so it's ready for planting. To accomplish that, we've been running one of the biggest fertilizer operations we've ever attempted on this farm, a massive anhydrous ammonia application. Currently, we have 6 tractors paired with 6 anhydrous tanks and toolbars, and these machines have been working non-stop across our mega fields, applying nitrogen to the soil. So far, those tractors have already covered roughly 2,400 acres of land, and every acre that receives anhydrous ammonia will be planted with corn during year 3 spring planting. For this upcoming season, I'm planning to plant at least 3,000 acres of corn, which will easily be the most corn we've ever planted in a single year on this series. That means we still have one final 600-acre field that needs to receive anhydrous before we can officially begin planting. To kick things off today, we'll jump into the Case Quadtracs sitting right behind me. All 3 of these tractors have been freshly refilled with anhydrous ammonia and are ready to get to work. These tractors will be tackling the new 600-acre field that we created over the past couple episodes. I'll begin by generating a coarse blade course so the tractors can work side by side across the field as efficiently as possible. Just across the road, we have our 3 Case Steiger tractors, which are also currently applying anhydrous ammonia. Those tractors are finishing up the final headlands of the 600-acre field that surrounds our farmyard. Once that field is completely finished, we'll refill all 3 Steigers and move them over to the new field to join the Quadtracs. With all 6 tractors working together, we should be able to cover the remaining 600 acres of land fairly quickly. Across the map, we also have the last of our tillage work happening. For more Case Steiger tractors are currently cultivating the 600-acre cornfield that we harvested back in year 2. Once those tractors finish cultivating that field, they'll finally be done with all of the tillage work we had planned heading into year 3. Before all 4 tractors make their way back to the mega farm, I'll be grabbing one of them to head over to the temporary grain bin site that we built back in year 1. Today we'll be selling off those 3 smaller bins and working the ground underneath them so we can square that field back off again. When year 3 harvest arrives, we'll definitely need more storage space. But instead of keeping those temporary bins, I plan on building a much larger grain storage complex at a new location on the map, one that will also include grain drying capacity. Along with the anhydrous and tillage operations, we've also got a couple other important jobs to tackle today. With spring planting just around the corner, I want to begin building up a stockpile of seed and liquid fertilizer back at the farm. That way, once planting season begins, we'll already have everything we need staged and ready to go. We currently have several Meridian silos set up for seed and fertilizer storage. So today we'll fire up a couple of our semi-trucks and start hauling supplies from the local co-op back to the farmyard. Those trucks will begin filling our silos, so we're fully prepared when planting season arrives. So there's a lot happening today across the 16X mega farm as we finish the last of our tillage and anhydrous ammonia applications. clear out some old grain storage, and start stockpiling everything we'll need for the upcoming spring planting season. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to the 15,000 acre challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 48 of the 15,000 acre challenge here on the massive Huron County, Michigan 16X map. In today's episode, we're officially kicking off the year 3 spring planting season. But before we get our planters rolling in the fields, we're going to be making some massive upgrades to our seeding fleet that will completely change the way we farm going forward. Over the past couple episodes, we've been extremely busy preparing our fields for the upcoming season. Across the map, we've been running one of the biggest fieldwork operations we've ever had on this series. We've applied anhydrous ammonia across nearly 3,000 acres of land, raising the nitrogen levels in the soil for our corn crop. And we've also been running a huge tillage operation that has worked through over 2,000 acres preparing the ground for planting. As we head into year 3, we now have over 4,400 acres of farmland that will be working this season. Out of that total acreage, I've already decided that 3,000 acres will be planted with corn, which should set us up for another massive harvest later in the year. That leaves us with roughly 1,400 acres remaining. And after seeing how profitable our wheat crop was during year 2, I've decided that all 1,400 of those acres will be planted entirely with wheat here in year 3. Over the past 2 years on this series, we've handled all of our planting using 5 massive 76-foot Bourgault air drills. Those drills have helped us seed thousands of acres, and they've treated us incredibly well. But as our farm continues to grow and our fields continue getting bigger, it's finally time to take things to the next level. So before we officially begin planting today, we'll be hauling all 5 of those Bourgault air drills down to the dealership and trading them in for something even bigger and more powerful. To kick things off today, we'll start by washing up a few of our Case quad-track tractors that have spent the last few episodes applying anhydrous ammonia across more than 3,000 acres. While we begin preparing our planting equipment, we still have 3 Case Steigers finishing the final passes of anhydrous in the last field across the map. Once the quad tracks are cleaned up, we'll bring them around behind the main equipment shed, where our 5 Bourgault air drills are currently parked. I'll then hook up 3 quad tracks and 2 of our Case Steigers to each of the drills, so we can get all 5 units on the road and headed down to the dealership. Not only will we be trading in the air drills today, but we'll also be selling the tractors that have been pulling them, so we can upgrade our entire seeding fleet at the same time. While those tractors are making their way to the dealership, I'll begin firing up a few of our semi-trucks so we can start hauling seed and liquid fertilizer out to our brand new 800-acre mega field. The trucks will stage out at the field so that when we arrive with our new equipment, everything will already be waiting for us, and we can immediately begin filling the seeders and getting them ready to plant. Once we reach the dealership, it'll be time to make some serious upgrades. Today we'll be purchasing 5 brand new John Deere 9RX 830 tractors, each pushing over 900 horsepower, making them some of the most powerful tractors available and the perfect machines to pull the massive seeding equipment we're about to buy. Alongside those tractors, we'll also be purchasing 5 brand new seed Hawk 980 air carts paired with 84-foot seed Hawk toolbars. These seeders will give us even more working width than our old drills and significantly more capacity as well. But we're not stopping there. Behind each of these air carts, we'll also be pulling a 9,500-gallon liquid fertilizer caddy, which means we'll be able to dedicate both tanks in the air cart strictly to seed, while carrying all of our fertilizer in the caddy behind. Altogether, each seeding unit will carry 36,000 liters of product, allowing us to plant these massive fields much more efficiently. This entire upgrade will cost well over $5 million. But with the equipment we're trading, and we'll be able to offset a good portion of that cost. And depending on how much money we have left afterwards, we may even look at purchasing more land before the planting season is over. Once everything is purchased and assembled, we'll send all 5 of our new tractors and seeders out to the 800-acre mega field, where our trucks should be waiting with seed and fertilizer. After filling up all 5 machines, we'll line them up side by side across the field, set up a course-play course for 4 of them, and then I'll jump in the 5th tractor and run it myself. With 5 84-foot seeders running together, we'll be covering over 420 feet of ground at once, while carrying more than 180,000 liters of seed and 180,000 liters of fertilizer across the entire fleet. This is easily one of the biggest seeding operations I've ever run in Farming Simulator, and possibly one of the biggest you'll see in single player. But enough talking. It's time to get these massive new machines fired up for the very first time and officially kick off year 3 spring planting here on the 16X Mega Farm. If you're looking forward to the 15,000 acre challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 49 of the 15,000 acre challenge here on the massive Huron County, Michigan 16X map. In today's episode, our year 3 spring planting continues as we take on one of the biggest seeding operations we've ever run, planting over 4,400 acres here on the 16X mega farm. Last episode, we officially kicked off the year 3 planting season in a massive way, investing over $5 million into what is easily the biggest seeding upgrade we've ever made. We traded in our entire fleet of equipment, selling off our Case tractors and Bourgault air seeders, and replaced them with 5 brand new John Deere 9 RX 830 tractors, paired with 5-seed Hawk 980 air carts, each equipped with 84-foot toolbars. On top of that, we added 5 9,500-gallon liquid fertilizer caddies, giving each seeder its own dedicated fertilizer supply. With these new setups, each unit is now capable of carrying over 36,000 liters of seed and 36,000 liters of fertilizer, which means when all 5 are running together, we've got over 180,000 liters of product moving across the field at once. And when you combine that with a total working width of over 420 feet, we are covering ground faster than ever before. To kick things off today, we're jumping back into one of our John Deere 9 RX 830s to check in on our progress in this massive 800-acre field, where we've been busy planting wheat. For year 3, the plan is to seed a total of 1,400 acres of wheat, and this field alone accounts for well over half of that total. This is now the largest field on the entire farm, and with all 5 seeders running side by side, we're making serious progress, but there's still a lot of ground left to cover. After checking in on the seeding operation, we'll head back to the farmyard where our fleet of semi-trucks are staged and ready. We'll be loading up both seed and liquid fertilizer and sending those trucks back out to the field so we can keep all 5 seeders running nonstop without any downtime. Once we wrap up this 800-acre wheat field, we won't be slowing down. We'll be packing up the entire operation and making the long haul across the map to the south end, where another 600-acre megafield is waiting for us. Once that field is planted, we'll officially hit our goal of 1,400 acres of wheat in the ground for year 3. But that's not all. We're also kicking off a brand new operation today. After finishing the field, we'll be taking our Case Steiger tractors that just wrapped up applying anhydrous ammonia, sending them to the dealership, and upgrading into 4 brand new Brand 591A field rollers. With those, we'll begin rolling our freshly planted wheat field, marking the start of another key stage in our fieldwork process. It's another massive day here on the 16X mega farm, finishing an 800-acre planting job, moving a full seeding fleet across the map, and launching our first field rolling operation of the year. We've got a lot to get done, so let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to the 15,000 acre challenge, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 50 of the 15,000 acre challenge here on the massive Huron County, Michigan 16 X map. We've officially hit episode 50, and today is shaping up to be one of the biggest episodes of the entire series so far. We're right in the middle of our year 3 spring planting season, and the scale of this operation is really starting to show as we push towards seeding over 1,400 acres of spring wheat. Over the past few episodes, we've made some huge moves to take this farm to the next level. We kicked off year 3 with a full overhaul of our seeding fleet, trading in our 5 Borgald air seeders along with 5K's quad-track tractors and replacing them with some of the biggest and most powerful equipment we've ever run. We brought in 5 brand new seed Hawk 980 air seeders, each equipped with massive 84-foot toolbars, and pair them up with 5 brand new 9,500-gallon liquid fertilizer caddies. To pull these massive rigs, we also upgraded to 5 John Deere 9 RX 830 tractors, giving us one of the most powerful seeding setups we've ever had on the farm. With all 5 seeders running together, we're now covering an incredible 420 feet across the field in a single pass. Each seeder is also carrying over 30,000 liters of seed and 30,000 liters of fertilizer, which means we can stay out in the field longer and keep productivity at an all-time high. This setup has completely changed the way we approach planting on a map this size. Last episode, we wrapped up seeding our largest field on the entire farm, an 800-acre mega field, which is now fully planted with wheat. That field is currently being rolled by our fleet of Case Steiger tractors pulling the Brandt 591A rollers, getting everything packed down and ready for the growing season ahead. To kick things off today, we're jumping right back into the action, climbing into one of our John Deere 9 RX 830 tractors that's working right behind us. After finishing that 800-acre field, we move the entire fleet across the map to start work on our final wheat field for year 3. This field may be slightly smaller, but it still comes in at over 600 acres. And once we get this one finished, we'll officially have more than 1,400 acres of wheat planted across the farm. We'll start the day off by running alongside the fleet, helping clean up some passes around the headlands, navigating a few tight areas along the field edges, and making sure everything is running as efficiently as possible. Once everything is dialed in and running smoothly, we'll turn things over to Courseplay and let all 5 of these massive seeding rigs continue working their way across this field. But while the planting operation continues in the background, we've got a major new project to take on. Over the past few years, this mega farm has grown rapidly, and with all of the equipment upgrades we've made, we're now starting to run into a new problem: space. Our current farmyard has served us well, but it's quickly becoming overcrowded, especially with these massive seed hawk drills that take up a huge amount of room. So today, we're going to be expanding the farm. We'll be heading over to a large and used section of land on the southwest corner of our 800-acre field, and this is where we're going to begin building out a second farmyard. This won't be a separate operation, but rather an extension of our main farm, giving us the extra space we need to store equipment and continue growing. The sheds we're putting up today are absolutely massive, coming in at 120 feet wide by 350 feet long. These are some of the biggest sheds we've ever used, and they're specifically designed to handle large-scale operations like this. Compared to our current sheds, we're gaining over 100 feet in length, which should finally give us enough room to store these huge seeding rigs properly. Alongside the sheds, we'll also be building a second silo complex identical to the one at our main farm. This is going to double our grain storage and drying capacity, which is going to be critical as we head toward harvest with over 1,400 acres of wheat and nearly 3,000 acres of corn planted across the map. Once the new farmyard is fully built, we'll head back over to the field and finish up seeding this 600-acre block. After that, we'll bring all 5 of our seeding rigs over to the new yard, get everything washed up, and start parking them away in their new sheds. I'm really curious to see just how many of these massive seed hawk rigs we can fit into a single shed. It's going to be tight, but these buildings should be more than capable of handling it. So we've got a massive day ahead, finishing off over 1,400 acres of wheat planting, building a brand new farm expansion, and setting ourselves up for the rest of year 3 on this 16X mega farm. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. if you're looking forward to the 15,000 acre challenge. Please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Thanks for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe.